Yo, what is up, everybody? Apollo, appreciate the hype as always. I decided to play downstairs because, like, I had my computer down here anyways, and I had a lot of other stuff here, and I was like, I don't want to move this all up back to the study, and I gotta clean up the study anyways. In any case, y'all, thank you so much for tuning in. The lighting is but we'll work with it. It's the gameplay. That's what you guys are here for. But I am super excited to hop in, or the Global Showdown, or whatever they call it nowadays. I think it's the same name, which should be the Global Online Competition or whatever. But yeah, it's the first, like, VGC competition. So super excited to try out the team. The last competition they had, I got 0.4% on rankings. I don't know if I'm going to get that again, but we'll see. But I'm really excited to show you guys the Mega Meganium team. First time ever on stream. So this is actually the first time I've been playing Champions on stream, and hoping I can do more of that as we continue going forward. Alright, without further ado, y'all, let's go ahead and kick off the new intro. This is going to be a premiere, and we'll go from there.
The moment you've all been waiting for is finally here. The Battle of the Ages starts now.
Alright, everybody, we're back. I hope you guys enjoyed the new intro for Pokemon Champions. Feedback is always appreciated. I might edit that a little bit, but yeah, that's kind of using the main battle theme for Champions here. Alright, so without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into these battles here. As you guys can see, the team is down below. The Global Challenge 2026. Okay, that's what it's called. That's okay. So, yeah, so how it starts off, we have our, Choice Scarf Bastion Legion with Mega Meganium, White Herb, Sneasler, Sableye with the Citrus Berry. Sableye has some fun tricks up its sleeve. Pelipper with its Focus Sash, and Archaludon. So this is a team I've been using for a bit. The Archaludon slot I switched on and off, and then eventually decided to put it back in. So we're going to be fighting against Dogmatic. Let's see what Dogmatic has in store for us. Dogmatic coming in with a pretty standard Sun team. This is, I wouldn't be surprised to see this. We have Sneasler, Melodic, Garchomp, Incineroar, Venusaur, and Charizard. So the main thing here is to make sure we can turn off the Sun. Encore is also going to be helpful as far as stopping some of the crazier threats there. And then I could probably use Sneasler and Meganium in the back. So I honestly don't mind leading a Sneasler. Actually, no. I think a Sableye Bastion Legion with Sneasler and Meganium in the back. I could also go with Archaludon for a little bit more of a defensive prowess. They're both weak against Garchomp anyways. I could also use Pelipper to more easily knock out Sneasler. I kind of like Pelipper, actually. So I'm down for Pelipper. Let's go for that. Tailwind also is helpful. But yeah, locking in, like, Melodic using Coil is going to be helpful. Locking in Charizard using Protect. Things like that are really going to help kind of set the pace here. Ooh, this is a good theme for battle. So it is going to be Melodic Incineroar, which I am not opposed to, as I'm going to leave Sableye Bastion Legion. Okay, I think I'm gonna go ahead and flip turn into Incineroar while also Sableye doesn't really do anything in this juncture right at this moment, but I don't mind setting up a Rain Dance. Yeah, I'll set up a Rain Dance for now. Okay, cool. So pretty good damage on Incineroar there. Incineroar doesn't eat it very quite yet, but we do need to be mindful that they might try to later. I'll bring in Pelipper for now. Alright, perfect. Melodic using Coil is exactly what we love to see, because now Incineroar is going to be... Okay, Throat Chop is fine. Because now I can Encore Melodic into... Coil while I'll use Hurricane. If you try to bring in Venusaur to absorb the Hurricane, it's not going to be that effective. Ah, not enough for the KO. Which, honestly, I'm not as opposed... Okay, actually, this is kind of nice. Because I don't grant him a Sweet Switch in. Okay. Yeah, there isn't really anything that's stopping this from happening. Charizard have to specifically go after Sableye to make this work. If Charizard Mega Evolves, so be it. Then I'll just reset up the Rain. Knocking out Charizard will make it easy for Meganium to win the game, because Incineroar is so low, 1,000 Gleam's enough to knock it out. I'll lock Melodic into using Coil. Okay, they decide to stay in and not protect at all. And it's just vanilla Weather Ball. I'll take that like a champ. And that's just a one-hit KO. That wasn't a crit, right? That just, yeah. Yay! Alright, Dogmatic. Even if they were even if they Mega'd and it was Y and they kept the Sun away, the idea, they would have had higher special attack, so it would have been a lot closer, even with the Water Weather Ball. Garchomp is still last. Okay, so Melodic is having a field day here. You're Encore for one more turn. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and set up Tailwind, and I'm going to go ahead and Will-O-Wisp into their Garchomp. Unless Garchomp is the one who's Mega. But in that case, that's even easier. Yeah, so you can tell, like, Sableye is great against, like, anti-weather. The burns are helpful. Encore locks Pokemon in dumb moves. Garchomp is going to fire off a Rock Slide, which is not going to do anything else anymore. And I set up that Tailwind, so that's going to make it a lot easier to start pointing damage. So yeah, in this case, we can just Weather Ball. Honestly, and then Encore into Melodic again. The only way around this is to switch Melodic out now, but at this juncture... Yeah, it doesn't matter. They have to focus so heavily on Sableye that it's going to be very easy to get the KOs that I need. Okay, Garchomp reveals Citrus Berry, which is totally fine here. And Garchomp goes for another Rock Slide. Not a KO on Pelipper yet, which is kind of awkward, but not like the end of the world or anything. Basically, I want the safe switch in. So I don't mind firing off a Blind Hurricane for the sake of it, and I'll bring in Vasculation. Because the idea is, again, just to make it to where Melodic is locked into Coil, so can't do anything, and I get the KO when I need to get it. Blind Hurricane worked, okay. Confusion actually doesn't really work for us. Okay. Melodic's last turn of being Encore. So I definitely want to... I'll Weather Ball their Melodic, and I'll Flip Turn their Melodic as well. Okay. My fear was that they were going to protect their Melodic. Oh, they were going to protect their Garchomp, and I just wanted to make sure that that didn't happen. Yeah, I mean, basically, we're just waiting for Pelipper to get knocked out. Okay. Well, you're welcome to if you really want to. I am more than happy to lend you my crew, and I could build up. And honestly, that was kind of like a huge part of like this team development. Was like I had to find an answer for so many different things that I was like, all right, how do I do this like appropriately and making sure I got the KOs that I needed. So I feel like in this case, Aqua Jet is fine, and we're gonna go ahead and Encore Melodic. We don't need to play any fancy games. We basically want to make it to where Melodic doesn't do anything. That's fine. Yeah, at this point. But yeah, I'll give you the breakdown of the team afterwards, Apollo. Feel free to, you can borrow the stats. I will say the one stats that you might want to play around with is Sableye and or Chaludon, but honestly, it's not that hard to do. Alright, so this is going to be pretty straightforward. All you're going to do is Rain Dance Aqua Jet. And they forfeit. Alright, great job, Dogmatic. I do think that what cost them the game was still not Mega Evolving Charizard, because I do think the added special attack could have helped kind of punish Sableye a little bit. But yeah, I do think a tankier Basket Legion would be interesting. That way you don't have to rely on Choice Scarf to get some of those hits. So I think with that, I would consider what are some that couple questions. What are other modes of speed control that you might have, and where would you want to put those added bonuses, right? Some people don't run Ravecast, actually use Psychic Feigns against opposing Sneasers, which is nice. Yeah, Lefties is actually a pretty good item. And then you could actually do Choice Scarf with Chaludon. I've seen people do that before, too. Alright, this is going to be a pretty interesting team. No apparent Mega, but I do think that Gyarados could potentially. Meganium looks really good in this form, in this game. I think the main thing we have to deal with is Rotom. So I do think if I can bring in, like, Sneasler plus Basket Legion to pressure a Fake Out, and then go from there. I do like Sableye in Garchomp, in Gyarados. Umbreon, not as much. Sylveon doesn't do as great, but I feel like it can punish Sylveon in other ways. Our Chaludon, it can stand up to Rotom. I think it's a good call out here. I'm down for Sableye Meganium. I think Meganium definitely can do really well, especially against like King Gambit. I don't have to worry about it too much. I think knocking out Sylveon early is going to be like a huge call, or just like convincing the person that Sylveon is not the Pokemon they want to bring out. So we're going to actually do Gyarados and Garchomp, which I'm okay with this. I think this is the kind of like a free, like, let me go. Yeah, and Intimidate is great because that means that Sneasel automatically activates White Herb. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to Fake Out into Garchomp, and then go ahead and Flip Turn into Gyarados. Because I don't necessarily need Sneasler to beat Sylveon. So I get like what they're trying to do here. Okay, so that did a crit. I was like, whoa, that did a lot. Rough Skin is fine. I Flip Turn to get out of there. Um, I feel like for now I could go with Meganium. Gyarados sets up substitute. Okay. Oh, that would have been an interesting encore situation. I don't mind this because Garchomp is kind of threatened, and if Gyarados wants to do something like Dragon Dance, it's going to be put in kind of like an awkward situation. Okay, I don't think they're going to opt for... Yeah, I don't mind, like, having Meganium. Like, I can also knock out... If it's not Umbreon, I can definitely knock out, like, Sylveon with, like, Last Respect, right? Garchomp uses Earthquake, which is fine. Unfortunately, I think Sneaker's going to go down to this. Yeah. Alright, Gyarados uses Dragon Dance. Okay, I figured something like that was going to come up. Alright, question is... That's a KO on Garchomp already. That's awesome. Because Gyarados could easily Mega Evolve, right? Okay. I don't think Gyarados has a good move against Meganium, because if you saw a substitute in Dragon Dance... Okay, good to know that I am going to be faster than Gyarados, but I think this will be enough for a KO anyways. If Gyarados is like, I need to get up another Dragon Dance, so be it. Very new... Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, we're good. Oh my goodness, that's great. And then Umbreon is going to go for Foul Play? Yeah. Cool. Alright, so that just prioritizes I need to knock out Umbreon. That looks like I'm going to get a pretty comfy KO here coming up. And it Rotom for last. Okay. Interesting. I don't mind Night Shading into Umbreon, and I will Solar Beam into Rotom, expecting it maybe to be Choice Scarf. Because if it's Choice Scarf Rotom, I just don't want to, like, lose to that at the end game. Okay, that's fine by me. It was Choice Scarf indeed. Okay. Get out of here! Yeah, this is like... Yeah, that's one thing you gotta be mindful of, is like Choice Scarf Rotom that like want to deal with Vascular Legion. And then now the opponent doesn't really have anything they can do. Because Umbreon has to take a full... can I... Okay, I can only use Nightshade. I don't care. Umbreon can only do... doesn't have an attack against Meganium. Foul Play is not going to do much. Nightshade plus Dazzling Gleam easily. Yeah, okay. And it's single target Dazzling Gleam anyways. We saw how much that the first Dazzling Gleam did, so well done. I think the opponent definitely prioritized knocking out Legion, but no, recognizing my win position was definitely Meganium was super helpful. And yeah, their Gyarados not wanting to Mega Evolve in front of Meganium, which makes sense, but I mean, you saw how much Dazzling Gleam was already doing at that point, so that was really good. So 2 wins in a row, baby. Let's go. We are doing fine and dandy like sour candy. So we love to see it. But yeah, no, this team has definitely been really fun. Because Meganium gets supported so much by Rain, and Meganium helps cover what Rain doesn't like to deal with. Alright, well, speaking of Rain, it looks like we're going to be fighting another Rain team with Raichu, Pelipper, Palafin, Archaludon, Blastoise, and Farigiraf. So I know what this team tries to do, where it's like Blastoise tries to fake out while Farigiraf sets up Trick Room. With that, I feel like I can utilize Basculegion to my advantage on that. Palafin probably could switch out. Archaludon looks pretty good against a lot of their team as well. I don't like Sableye as much, actually. In this one, it's kind of weird to use it. I don't know if I like Pelipper or Sneasler, though. I don't think Pelipper for sure, but, like, maybe I could get away with... Actually, yeah, if we knock out Farigiraf, then I think, like, a combination of, like, Legion, Meganium, Archaludon, and Sableye could do it. Because you can knock out Meganium, and then I can Encore stuff, I can burn stuff. Sableye might honestly have to take on, like, just get knocked out for a couple things, but, like, let's say, like, Archaludon locks itself into Draco Meteor. That would be a great, like, oh, you saw Draco Meteor last term. Encore Draco Meteor, then bring in Meganium, so it'll have an easier time against Archaludon. So things like that could be helpful. I think the Encore Pressure is going to be a lot more valuable than the Fake Out Pressure, just because you're dealing with Farigiraf. I will say that's one thing this team doesn't have as much of, is immediate pressure towards Farigiraf. A lot of them do run Colbur Berry, but one thing I was thinking about is, what if you brought a Bug Move? Just for some of those random psychic types that you have to deal with. So that could be something interesting to play around with. Like, hey, you got a more super effective attack, but Farigiraf tends to not carry Protect, so like doubling up into it is pretty solid. Okay, so Color Farigiraf, which I'm not as opposed to against. Okay, I'm down to Ravecrest. I don't like Farig. But I like Farig, but I don't want it here. Oh, great question. So I personally just have Mega Meganium just because Prankster as an ability is so good, whereas Magic Bounce isn't as effective as, like... Okay, Meganium's out of there. That makes it so much easier to Sableye. As Magic Bounce is. And Sableye has some pretty solid defenses, but it's not as effective as you'd want it to be. Yep, and we called that turn exactly right. Got the Hurricane in. Protect could have also worked, but like just getting a very clean KO is nice. Sableye, Mega Sableye is really good in singles, but not as well as in doubles. Because Magic Bounce is great to like stop, whatchamacallit. I might, I don't mind going after Pelipper. Actually, you know what? I have a probably Wave Crash and a Blastoise. Probably does a lot of damage already. Is that Raichu? Okay. Yeah, that's a good question. If I would Mega Evolve it with Sableye, but I think it's good in singles, but not really in doubles, honestly. Yeah, sure. Okay. You get a special attack boost. But then, Pelipper has to use Tailwind. Okay. I mean, I can just Dragon Pulse Raichu, right? Because I'm trying to think. They would have to switch into Blastoise. I got a +1 in my special attack already. Yeah, I'm going to switch out. So that means they're staying in. Sableye, it's just the Encore stuff, so it's not, like, as important. Pelipper's switching out, so they're going to try to capitalize on the turns that they got of Tailwind. Raichu uses Thunder, which is fine. I survived! Shout out to Sableye! Ooh, the paralysis, but you know what? We'll take that. But also, that's nice too that we confirmed that Raichu has Focus Sash, so that means Pelipper doesn't have Focus Sash. So in this case, yeah, Sableye isn't really going to be doing anything, like, meaningful. 2 turns of Tailwind. I'll Willow into Blastoise just to get some chip damage. I'm gonna go ahead and protect here. Yep. And I don't really need the rain to win. Yeah, water spout is fine. Sableye's done its job. I'm glad the KO on Farigiraf early was so nice, so I don't have to worry about, like, anti-priority shenanigans. And then Muddy Water. Okay. Last turn return rain and last turn of Tailwind. I'm going to protect with Meganium, and I'm going to go ahead and Electro Shot into Pelipper. It's fine. Like, it's a strong hit, but it's not going to be enough for... I don't think Pelipper... Like, Pelipper would have to go for a Hurricane into our Charizard, get the confusion, and hope that I would be okay. Now, it could be a Conberry, but at +2 special attack, that might be a lot harder to pull off. There you go. Now we don't have to worry about Tailwind. Rain's over, but at this point, our Charizard plus Meganium should be well more than enough to take on Blastoise. And then also, too, we have, like, a faster Basculegion at the end game. Mega Evolve, Solar Beam, Dragon Pulse. Yeah, and they forfeit. Take that, Maroon 5. That's what you get without the 5. Yo, 3 games in a row. Can we get some hype for the chat for the 3-game win streak right now? But yeah, that was a good battle. It was interesting to play the anti-rain, and I'm glad I didn't bring in Sneasler, and I'm glad that we just immediately went in and said, hey, look, we got a KO for a graph. Because, yeah, that made it a lot easier for us to kind of manage the end game. Alright, so it looks like we got Sun with Trick Room. This Trick Room, though, is not as much fun because it's a Rangaroo. We don't have redirects. Well, we kind of do with Sinistcha. So, I guess the main question here is how do we kind of start that lead off to make sure that they could get Trick Room up, but it won't be as threatening. So I do think that we could lead with Basculegion and Meganium. We can go with Sableye and our Charizard in the end, because Sableye can set up, like, they don't have anti-priority, essentially. So I do like this idea, because what it can do is we can immediately go after Sinistcha with, like, Weather Ball. If it's, like, Sinistcha, King Gambit, or if it's, like, yeah, if it's King Gambit, Sinistcha, then what we can do is, yeah, we can Weather Ball, which is super helpful. If it's like if it's King Gambit plus a Ranguru, we could easily, like, Weather Ball the King Gambit. But it's just Incineroar and Ranguru. Okay, I'm done to put in Sableye for now, and I'm done to flip turn into Incineroar. I couldn't get the one-turn KO on Oranguru, which is kind of awkward, but I believe Oranguru most likely holds the Mentor Herb to make sure that it can't, like, be encored. But what I can do, at least, is hit the Incineroar slot with, like, a Dragon Pulse, in case it's, like, Torkoal coming in. Oh, that's even better. Okay. I mean, it's not, like, fun to eat a special attack, but, drop, but at least I got something. So we got Trick Room, we got Protect, the Torkoal comes in. Okay. Okay. That's fine, yeah. That actually works out beautifully. Lava Plume's so interesting. Okay. Burn's not fun, but not the end of the world. That's true, yeah. So at least, like, from a, like, a damage output in that regard, the, like, I'm not gonna lose my damage output. I think it's just the same of the whole, like, ah, man, I won't be able to, immediately, leftovers won't be as effective. But this won't be as bad, because Torkoal at 3%, means Torkoal is probably wanting to either attack with Earth Power, or switch out. Switching out is totally fine here. Okay. I need to actually check how many turns of Trick Room we got left. But yeah, luckily our Chaladon's been holding on tight. Torkoal has so little HP that an Aqua Jet can KO it anyway, so I'm not too worried about that. Oranguru Protect, which is totally fine by me. I get a nice fade off into Incineroar. Any extra damage is nice. Keeps your Citrus Berry, so I'm glad to activate the berry at least. Your parting shot, so I'm now at -1. Back to -1. But whatever you bring in... I'm trying to think, like, what would you bring in that you would want to bring in? Okay, Sylveon. That's actually great switch in, actually. Trick Room's over, but now I can just Encore Oranguru and go immediately to Electro Shot Sylveon. If you reveal the Mental Herb Ear, that's totally fine. Okay, you're gonna reveal your Mental Herb Ear. But that means that I could Encore Sylveon the next turn. Yeah, okay. So if you want a Trick Room here, so be it. I think you would switch out a Rangu for sure. You might do a double switch. So if you did, I would be down to Encore Sylveon again, and then Dragon Pulse into the Rangu slot. Because that's the thing, they just, like, they have these attackers, but they don't have the offensive pressure to really move things forward. So this honestly works out in our favor. Rangu switches out. Who's it going to be? Incineroar? Okay. And Sylveon's now locked into using Protect. Cool. I'll Nightshade into Incineroar, and, I mean, Flash Skin will be enough to do something. Sylveon protects, which is fine. Because I Nightshaded into, Incineroar. This should be enough for a KO. Done. Okay. Yeah, and the opponent's just unable to really do anything here. Like, no damage output whatsoever. If Torkoal comes back, I'm just going to Rain Dance plus Electro Shot. Okay. That means I can Encore Torkoal next turn. Last turn of Trick Room, so Rangu might want to protect. So what I can do is I can double up a Nightshade plus Electro Shot here. Just like I said, if I knock out Sylveon, then Aqua Jet's well more than enough to knock out Torkoal. And then Rangu really can't do much against Meganium. Fine by me. I'm going to get a pretty powerful Electro Shot here. I purposely had no... Sorry, that was just funny. That's why I purposely had no, like, attack investment on the Sableye. That's like a Rangu's only move. Okay, Trick Room's over. Here I'm gonna Encore a Rangu, and I'm just gonna Flash Cannon into Sylveon. Yeah, they forfeit. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. That was funny. Foul play damage. That was well done. But yeah, I think that team just had a trouble of having their bigger hitters up front early, and they just didn't really have much offensive pressure. Like, us mitigating the damage that Torkoal could have done changed the game completely. They could not recover from that, and it just made it easier to deal with. They had two full rounds of Trick Room, couldn't even do that. Alright, so this is more of a classic team that you might see with Rotom, Wasp, Charizard, Garchomp, Incineroar, King Gambit, and Aerodactyl. Now, the main thing here is that Rotom tends to be Choice Scarfed. Aerodactyl is a little bit trickier for Sneasel to deal with, because usually I like to lead Sneasel with that Fake Out support, but if they lead something like Incineroar Aerodactyl, then Sneasel doesn't mind that as much. I wouldn't mind trying that with Meganium and Sableye. I'm good for that, yeah, because I can also try to switch it. Because the idea is, like, if you burn Aerodactyl, it makes it easier to deal with, because it's the dual wing beat. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see Aerodactyl for sure. But we can try to find ways to, like, mitigate it, right? So, like, if they decide, hey, I'm going to do a wing beat, then we can protect and then flip turn the other way. Okay, so it is going to be Rotom and Garchomp. So I'm down to Fake Out into Rotom, and I'm down to flip turn into Rotom as well. Yep, Rotom is Choice Scarfed as suspected. Good damage overall. We're probably going to be losing Sneasler to like a Earthquake here, which is totally fine. We'll bring in Meganium for now, so it can take the Earthquake a little bit better. Oh, Scale Shot actually. Interesting. Okay. Protect for now. I wish I did actually lose Sneasel, I'm not gonna lie. But they were staying in. You like to see that. This switch into a Sableye would have been clutch there. Good Volt switch as well. Okay. It's probably going to be the Charizard, right? Alright, we'll do some chip damage, which is always helpful. Yeah, 25% ain't bad. Okay, I don't mind Dire Claw into Charizard, just to... Oh, you know what? I'll get some chip damage on Garchomp. Protect here. Because that way, if Garchomp reveals, like, Iron Head or something, that'll be super helpful to see. That's fine. That's fine, yeah. Okay, cool. I need to clear Garchomp, and I will need to clear Rotom. And if I clear those two, then I think we're going to be in a lot smaller spot. If Garchomp protects, that's fine too. Charizard protecting's great too. That's fine. Okay. We survived. That's huge. Oh, I'll take that. Happily. Oh, actually, I won't take that. Oh, I retract that statement. That is definitely in Aqua Jet KO range. Meganium surviving that Iron Head was clutch. Oh, that's a huge miss. Dude, a double miss? That's crazy. Doesn't really change the fact of how we're gonna play this. Yeah, and then with adaptability plus the rain boost, 13%, I'm confident Aqua Jet can finish this. Nice. Yep. Let's go! Oh, that was such a great battle. Oh my goodness. Whoa, that took a bit. That took a bit to maneuver, but I think the Meganium surviving. We gotta get some hype in the chat for Meganium for surviving the Iron Head and getting the KO back with Weather Ball. And then, yeah, us figuring out, like, hey, we can go get those Aqua Jets to get that KO. 5-game win streak, let's go! Oh my goodness, I'm so excited, y'all. We are crushing it. We are crushing it. This has been great. We get a total of 30 battles today. Alright, so we are up against, this is a Mega Floette team, but one of the interesting things is that we have Hisuian Zoroark to support it as well. So the main question we always got to ask ourselves is, where's Hisuian Zoroark? Don't fall for the, I accidentally hit myself with the false security of fake out, right? And then we also have Serena too, so a lot of anti-fake out coming in our way. I think Sneasler's still going to be helpful, we just have to position it. Bascu Legion looks really well against, like, Aegislash does really good against Arcanine, but Meganium does really well too. I think our Chalinon would be, well, Encore stuff helps, but yeah, Encore actually helps a lot against Aegislash. So I'm down for like a Sneasler, like, Meganium lead with Bascu Legion and Sableye in the back. Because if I suspect it's something like, Hisuian Arcanine's the one thing I don't like with this lead, but if it is, like, I suspect that it's Hisuian Zoroark, Dazzling Gleam can at least break that disguise, and then from there we can go for it. Okay, so we have anti-priority already. I think here I do feel confident going for a Dire Claw into Serena, and then the Dazzling Gleam. And the reason why Dazzling Gleam is that I'm trying to cover for a potential Zoroark lead, but we're going to see soon enough if that's the case. Okay, it's not Zoroark. And definitely not Zoroark as well. Alright, not going to do that much damage, but that's fine. Okay, poke this guy is fine. Good damage on me, but I think the main question is like, do we... Because we can easily knock out... Oh, it's Whimsicott? Okay. I'm just gonna Dire Claw Whimsicott, and I'm gonna... Protect this turn. Okay. Nice, okay. Yeah, they're letting me get away with a lot. I'm glad I called out... I didn't fully call out the Encore, but I'm glad, like, I was like, let me figure it out. Okay, and if you get the KO, who cares? That's fine. Because I think Bascu Legion can definitely win. Ferroar comes up. Okay, I'll take that. Willow, so now your Shadow Seeks aren't going to be as strong on Legion. Alright, here's the tricky thing. This opponent seems to be playing very aggressive. So, if it's Poltergeist, we are kind of in trouble, but... Did Sableye already eat its berry? Oh no, I don't want to forfeit. Okay, you have not eaten the berry yet. But I definitely want to Last Respects into Floette, and then I would want to Nightshade into Aegis Slash to speed up its KO. Poltergeist should not be a KO now. Okay, I'm gonna Encore it next turn. But yeah, with the burn, I think I survived one. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, we're gonna win this one. You would have to Shadow Sneak now. I don't think it's enough. Oh, it is enough. Okay. Okay, you have 2 protects used. Got 3 protects used. We're probably gonna get into an Encore state, like a struggle state. Okay, I don't really care. Yeah, it's not too bad. I will say Mega Floet's a lot easier to manage than people think. Okay, last turn of Encore for you. They're gonna Nightshade you again. This is your 4th turn of using Protect. You're gonna Shadow Sneak, which doesn't make a difference. I didn't even eat my Citrus Berry. Ooh. It's gonna be a tough one, because, yeah, we're basically getting Floette to use Struggle, and then I have to keep on damaging it. Okay, so 5th Encore, 5th Protection happens right here. This is our 6th turn of Protect, so we're gonna go ahead and Will-O-Wisp. And actually, not eating the Citrus Berry is gonna be helpful. Okay. The 7th turn of Encore. You have to try to Protect now and get it. I think is how that works. Okay, now you will have no other moves you can do, so you're going to be struggling. Oh, you got to be kidding me! That's how it works! Because it has no more moves it can't use Protect anymore. Encore's going to fail. We lost. Ah! Yo! Take that, Floette! It doesn't matter. You're gonna Moonblast now. You can't trap him into his, they felt so like they were playing so direct that, I think the turn that if we immediately attacked Aegislash, we would have won. Dang. Yeah, and you know what's really funny? That's how the Vegas Finals was decided, with how Encore worked. But what was interesting that they kind of changed it where Encore ended whenever the power points were over. So they made it to where you can't naturally struggle with Encore usage. So that was very interesting. I thought that I would be able to trap them in a little bit longer with Encore and have them struggle, but it didn't work. But dang, of course you're gonna have to lose one. It's just part of the game. Man, that was a good battle. Really close. All right, so we got our good friend Scovillain with Basque Legion, Aerodactyl, Como-O, King Gambit, and Sneasler. So, kind of looking at this, if I leaned away from Basque Legion, what would happen? I don't think it would necessarily be a bad thing. I could probably go with like a Sableye Meganium lead with Archaludon and Basque Legion in the back. The idea behind this would be to slow down the opponent. If it's like Sneasler, I can easily burn it. That means I can play to close combat. Or I can even lock it into Dire Claw too. Okay. Okay. Does Scovillain immediately go for a fire type attack? That's fine. I want to see what Scovillain does, because if it goes for a fire type attack, I will play this a little bit differently, where I use Rain Dance first to protect myself, and then go for Weather Ball into King Gambit. Yeah, okay. Okay, the double up. Okay. I underspeed, outspeed is great. Gambit's gone, making it a little bit easier for Basque Legion to win this. And I comfortably take that. Nice. That's a big KO. Meganium doesn't have to stick around for the entire game. It just needs to get some very key KOs to help us move this. Okay. Nice. Good Willow. That'll make it a lot easier for our Chaludon to be comfortable and win. Okay. Paralysis isn't great. Sableye is still helpful though with Encore support, so I'm down to our Chaludon here, and let's try to do some damage into their Scovillain. I'm gonna go ahead and Weather Ball it. Yep, see. %, yeah. Okay, and now that Scovillain can't do anything but Leech Seed, because what I'm thinking is if I lead it to where Scovillain has to 3v1, it's fine. Yeah, I'll do Dragon Pulse. Predicting a potential switch into Tomo. Fine. And sure, I might have to, like, eat up all this, like, it's residual damage that, Scovillain might recover from. But the thing is, if Scovillain's only done doing Leech Seed, the damage output's gonna be so little. Excuse me. And then once we knock out Como-O, then we just basically sit on the field until Skull-Villain can't do anything. And we get more... we basically are just waiting for stacks of Last Respect to beat up Skull-Villain in one turn. Perfect. Use to have one more turn to Encore. Doing an adjustable here. Encore you. Wow, that was a lot of damage, actually. That's kind of good, though, because now Como can't do anything against Sableye! Basket Legion. That's funny. I was like, hey, that Vacuum Wave actually hit hard, but yeah, it ain't gonna do anything, because you can Leech Seed all you want, but it's gonna fail. Now I just need a little bit of chip damage. Perfect. And that means that Skull-Villain can't protect or anything. Dragon Postal's off first. That's a lot of damage. Doesn't need a KO. Burn doesn't matter. In fact, I actually want Orange Outlet on the Switch get KO'd. Okay. Now we have to ask ourselves, will a 150 base Last Respects be enough to KO? And the answer is going to be yes. But just in case it's not, all you have to do is Last Respect and Nightshade. And I think between the two of those, we'll be good to go. Thank goodness I haven't been paralyzed. Or fully paralyzed. Yeah, that's good enough. Who cares? It's the end of the game. And there it is, folks, the power of Encore. Really just locking your opponent in a move that they don't want to get locked into. So helpful. And the fact that Vacuum Wave couldn't KO, even if it did KO, the nice thing is we would have locked them into Vacuum Wave, meaning that Como couldn't do anything. We can KO Como safely, then go after Skull-Villain with a combination of Nightshade plus Last Respects. But yeah. Alrighty, so we're going to be fighting Frostlass, and we got Frostlass here with Dragon Knight, Vascular Legion, Melodic, King Gambit, and Sneasler. I will say that in these compositions, the tricky part is Dragon Knight. I usually do like Meganium, but I will be honest that it's a little bit harder to pull off. Actually, it's not impossible. I think if I deal with Dragon Knight well, I can make it work. I could go with I can go with Archowlet on Sableye. I wouldn't mind that as a lead. With Bastion Legion for sure, but then it's Sneasler, Meganium. I'll go with Meganium. And I think the reason we're going to go this route... Oh, we could have gone with Bastion Legion, but I want to be mindful of a potential King Gambit turn 1. What? Looks like me, but dorkier. Alright. Yeah. Okay. We'll Electro Shot into King Gambit, and then we're going to go ahead and use Rain Dance. If they try to set up Aurora Veil, then we can easily Encore the next turn. Rain, go away. Actually, no. Come and stay. Yep. We're fine. Okay. And then you have no immediate safe switch-ins to an Electro Shot. Fine by me. You're asking Sneasler to take a +2 as I encore your Flash Slash. And this makes Meganium's job easier. Yep, you weren't White Herb. Dragonite comes in. I'm down to Flash Cannon to... Actually, no. Knocking out Dragonite would be more important. That's fine. Yeah, I take that like a champ. Oh, wow, multi-scale survived, but with the burn. They couldn't handle. They couldn't handle! Take that, Henry, dorky version of me. Let's go! Woo! That was a good one. That was a good one. But yeah, so you can kind of tell like how oppressive the Sableye lead is. Because a lot of times with Mega Evolution, it's like, oh, I get the weather control even if you're in because of turn order. But because Prankster goes a little bit after that Mega Evolution, you're able... Gremlin and Bridge! That's right! The Gremlin under the bridge! Yo! It's like the troll under the bridge, but the Gremlin under the bridge. I love that. That's the team name right there. But it really does a great job of kind of like getting the attack that you want. They were encored in Aurora Veil. They really couldn't do much there. Alright, so we have Charizard, Floette, Aerodactyl, King Gambit, Garchomp and Vascular Legion. Looking at this, I do think they'll go the Charizard route, just because I have Sneasler and Meganium. If they go the Floret route, Charizard won't be there, so it'll be a little bit easier to deal with. But I think the main thing here is that I want to deny Tailwind, stop it, and then once I stop that, then I think we're good to go. So I don't mind going with a Sneasler Vascular Legion lead with Sableye and Meganium in the back. Yeah. If it is Floet indeed, then basically what I want to do is catch a Protect, and flip turn on that Protect, right? So like if I fake out, and if I fake out like one of the other Pokemon and flip turn, I want to split the way I do that, you know. That's the main idea. If you catch a Protect, a straight Protect, then you can use that to your advantage. But that was a good battle. That was a good battle. I think we only lost one today, y'all. That's awesome. Dude, I'm feeling it. I am feeling myself. Alright, we got a 3-game versus a 2-game win streak. Somebody's gonna have to drop. Aerodactyl guard time. Perfect. Okay. I feel like with this, it's going to be more common for Aerodactyl to protect. So I'm down to protect myself and then go immediately into flip turn into Garchomp. Yep. Triple protects all around. I always hate this one. Okay. If I lose Sneasler, so be it. I'll take it. Yeah, the double protector ate me up because if I was able to like switch in rather than flip turn. Okay, interesting. Okay, that's we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere with Aerodactyl now kind of locked in. It depends on who their next Pokemon is. If it's Charizard, we're definitely in trouble. If they went the floor-out route, I think it's gonna still be tough, but it's possible. Because, yeah, the double protected turn 1 is always my least favorite. Well. We did not need the critical hit at 1%. Come on now. Yeah. Fair enough. Apollo's like, nah, no mercy for Aerodactyl. Okay. It really depends who their last Pokemon is. If it's Charizard, I don't think we can win. Floette is going to be really tough. I honestly don't think we have enough firepower to do it. And I have no recovery. Yeah, it's Floette. Okay. It doesn't really matter at this point, but I'm just going to protect. Just in case, maybe their Floette is like low speed or something. And then here, I think we just want a Dazzling Gleam since we can use... Yeah, it does. I used Synthesis before. I just really needed that Weather Ball, and it was such a game changer. But, yeah, this is going to be tough. I just want to see what they're going to do. If they Calm Mind, then it's game over for sure. Okay, it's Moonblast. I technically get to benefit from their Fairy Aura as well, so I'm hopeful that maybe I can get a crit with a Dazzling Gleam, single target, and that might be enough, but... Yeah, we're asking to survive a very strong attack here. No special attack drop. Come on! Okay, critical hit. Critical hit. Oh, that wasn't even close. Dang. Okay. Double protect turn 1 and screwed us over. Ugh. Well done. Yeah, Synthesis wouldn't have been enough, because then, you wouldn't have healed enough to get the KO, and they would just keep on clicking Moonblast. Yeah, they had every control. Dang, that's okay. It happens. It happens. Only 2 losses, though, so I'm feeling good. And yeah, I think that one was a good indicator of, like, what can I do to prevent the double protect there? Alright, so we do have a Rangaroo with Incineroar, Torkoal, Archaludon, Pelipper, and Meganium. So, interesting to see different types of weather control. What's the most interesting thing about this, too, is that we have this Trick Room element that goes with it. So, we just want to be mindful of how we want to play around that, and making sure that the opponent doesn't get free turns off with Trick Room. I do like my own Meganium for sure. I think what we did last time, the Sableye, Basculegion, or Archaludon stuff, with Meganium might help out here. So I'm down to like lead Sableye, Basculegion, Meganium, and an Archaludon. If they bring Pelipper, that'd be interesting to see that early. They could go the Tailwind route, but... we'll see. If it's like Torkoal, or Rangaroo, then I think what I'm gonna do is, Rain Dance into, like, Wave Craft into a Rangaroo. Okay. Fine by me. I mean, this knocks out for a graph, so this probably is going to knock out a Ring No, it doesn't. Dang. Okay. I'll try to encore Ranguru. Let's see what's up. He might be having into Herb, but that's okay. I'm willing to do it. And now Charizard can, like, and again, we kind of have this, it's the same situation as last time, where if they don't have their strong hitters under Trick Room, it really doesn't help them out. Like, Torkoal is definitely going to want to switch. They don't. Interesting. I was expecting something like a Heat Wave? Yeah, I figured as much, which is not a problem. Still a lot of damage. Come on. Come on. Many forces is interesting. Okay. Yo! Oh, wait. That's crazy. I didn't realize he got 2 shinies in Champions. That's crazy. Congrats on the Torkoal, though. That's awesome. That's why. I was like, why do you have Expanding Force? Because you set up your own Psychic Terrain. Alright. But yo, okay, that means that you gotta build a Torkoal team. Like, I don't make the rules. Alright, I did not survive. Unfortunate. Oh, that means I have to eat up a pretty solid... this is not a fun one. Okay, well, I'll take Instruct. Last turner Rain, last turner Trick Room. Okay. Now, I might be wondering why I decided to not Mega Evolve Meganium. It's because there's kind of like an interesting thing you can do where if you decide... Okay, cool. If you attack outside of Trick Room, not Mega Evolve, then... Expanding Force is going to hurt, though. Yeah. You can... I wonder if this... it probably won't be enough for a KO. Please don't. Oh, he survived. Thank God. Get out of here. We can actually use rain-powered Weather Ball to KO Torkoal. And they can't fake out because Psychic Train's up. I don't think they have another way to set up Trick Group. Okay, my hope is to do enough damage on Incineroar and Torkoal protects. Oh, they forgot about Psychic Terrain. Okay. Not great. No burns though. We knocked out Torkoal, which is huge. Parting shot's fine. I'll take that any day. That's funny. Their own Psychic Terrain worked against them. Oh, okay. But him with that Nightshade, so the last respects will be easier to deal with. Okay. If I could get a KO, that's the main thing. Then Basculation can end it. Oh, I should have Mega Evolved for the sake of just understanding the speed, but that's okay. I'm pretty sure they're slower if they're running a quick routine, right? Oh, Incineroar for attack. Okay. Flare Blitz. Okay. Because what I want to do is Weather Ball Fire into Meganium, and then Flip Turn into Incineroar. If they're Meganium protection, I think we win. The problem is, last respects at this range, I don't think gets the K on Incineroar. Yeah, okay, we KO Incineroar, so our Meganium's protected. If they Solar Beam into our Meganium, if we're faster, okay, they're faster. They fire off a Solar Beam. I'm at -1. That'll be enough to knock out Basculation. They should have done Dazzling Gleam, honestly. But I'm at -1. That's the problem. I need to see if you have it. Oh, that was so close. The Psychic Train definitely threw us off. Yeah, you have the ball. I can't win. The only way is that if for any reason you're, like, we speed tie. I don't want to watch. Tell me when it's over. Yeah, okay. Dang, that was a tough one. Yeah, Elanco surviving turn 1 definitely hurt. The Psychic Train really messed us up. I did not anticipate that until they had Expanding Force. So, well done. I think the opponent did a really good job of capitalizing on that type of stuff. I, unfortunately, did not get to capitalize on the turn that they used Fake Out with Incineroar. If I went after Torkoal that turn, I think that would have opened up the door a little bit, but the eating up the parting shot also hurt, because that just that little bit of HP, that was all that was needed. So, well done from the opponent. Usually Hydreigon's going to be Choice Scarf, so just something to be mindful of to help deal with Basque Legion. But then we have Sinistra, King Gambit, Corviknight, Sneasler, and Gardevoir. So, really, if you deal with Sneasler early, then I think the rest fall into place. So I'm down for my own Sneasler with Sableye. I could also use Basque Legion, but I'd rather not. I like our Chaludan, honestly, and then Meganium. Funny enough, I haven't used Pelipper, but outside of Sinistra, maybe I get so Sneasler. You know what? We'll use Pelipper. The main thing is to deal with Gardevoir. But yeah, we can trap our Hydreigon in a dumb move. If they wanted to avoid my close combat, yeah, they would withdraw and not protect. Protect is fine. I think the main thing here is to make sure that I don't get trapped into a Rage Powder, but yeah, okay. Come on! A crit? Bro, that was mean. Ugh, okay. Yeah, we got a couple losses today, unfortunately. Okay, the fake out's great. Okay, done. That's nice. Rage Powder, who cares? You're not going to be able to survive. Yeah, honestly, Basket Legion would have been a good fit, because then we could have punished Gardevoir, getting the one-hit KO. Their own Sneasler. Yeah. Okay, this next turn, what I'm hoping to get out of this is, I'm definitely going to Dazzle, but I really want their Gardevoir to protect. So I can get the Unburden boost. That's fine by me, too. This thing's just bulky as heck. Dang. I get a KO, yes! That means I get a KO, Hydreigon for free. Oh, I KO'd both! Let's go! Oh, that crit made a difference! Oh, no, gosh. From like a terrible game to like a... Oh, that game opened up for us. Let's go. Oh, that was a good one. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that completely opened up the game. Because then it's just like, yeah, just Dire Claw to win. Well done. That was a good one. That was a good fight. The crit on Sneasler made the huge difference. I think that definitely turned things around. And I'm glad that we went that route of saying, like, hey, they want to protect Gardevoir. So if we close combat, opens up the spot. Yeah. Excuse me. Okay, so this is Sand. Most likely, Syrian Typhlosion is going to be Choice Scarfed. We also have Dragapult, which is pretty fast. So if we do use Sneasler, we do have to activate the White Herb, which actually is a lot easier said than done. I'm going to be real with you guys. We could leave, like, Sneasler Sableye, which allows us to turn on the Rain, and then immediately go after, like, Tyranitar. It's the Ghost types I'm worried about. I like Meganium. Do I drop Basket Legion? That's a tough question. I feel like what I can do is lead, like, Sableye, Basket Legion with Archaludon and Meganium in the back, yeah. If it is going to be Hysterian Typhlosion from the get-go, what we would want to do is, Rain Dance for sure, but we might need an Aqua Jet. Okay. Eustace and Muriel, okay. I'm digging the names. The names are cute. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and set up a Rain Dance, and we're gonna immediately go into Flip Turn into Tyranitar. I can Encore Extra Drill, that's not a problem. Closer to KO. Dang, okay. Go and bring Meganium so I can get some spread damage. Yep. I don't mind. Yep. That way, if you do activate your... And I'm faster thanks to the speed order, but that way if you do try to do that so you can get your sand back, then it doesn't really matter. That's fine. Focus Sash is broken. Okay. Corviknight would be your safe switch into a Dazzling Gleam. But that does not bother me. I'm gonna go ahead and Will-O-Wisp into extra drill to cover for that, and I'm just gonna Dazzling Gleam again. Hey, no worries at all, Paulo. I'm just glad to have you on the stream here, and of course, like, dude, we can play later tonight too. I'll probably be done with my battles, and then I'd love to jump in on your battles too, because it's easier whenever you have one person battling, so you guys can all talk together. So no worries, no apologies needed, my friend. It is Typhlosion that's being sent out. Okay. And he reveals Frisk. That's fine. Okay, we get a good KO on Tyranitar, which is so important. %, nice. We're just basically trying to whittle the team down to make it very easy for Basculegion to win this. I suspect that Typhlosion is choice. I could have Rain Danced first, but I feel like I already revealed that, so I don't want to, like, reveal it, and then Typhlosion, like, switches out to something. You know, it's fine. I'll try the Willow chance. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and Typhlosion locked into Eruption. Okay. What else do they have in the back? Rotom. Okay. I'm willing to preserve Meganium for the sake of dealing with Rotom. I'll take that like a champ. And now we can kind of ignore Sableye for... Or we can ignore Extra-Joe for a little bit. Okay. I mean, I feel like you could still fight, but, like, they really felt like they were pinned. So, alright, it is what it is. Nice. Good job. That was a good battle. Yeah, weather control and us being like, you know what, I don't need it immediately, but slowly but surely whittling down the opponent was super helpful. And so, as you can see, like, this team does a really good job with that manual weather setting. Alright, wow, we have a very interesting team with Rotom, Heat, and Cerulege, but we have it supported by Rain with Politoed and Pelipper, and we have this kind of like Sandstorm-ish aspect with Tyranitar and Garchomp, so that's a lot to kind of take in here. I do think our Charizard looks really well. I mean, yeah, it does pretty well against a lot of this. Especially too if I get my own range set up. I want to be careful about their Rotom Heat, but Aqua Jet looks really solid too. Pelipper's really good against the top two and Politoed. Not as much against Cerulege and Rotom. I do think that I'm down for a Pelipper. Yeah, because they don't. Yeah, Basque Legion, Sableye with our Chaladon and Meganium in the back. Depending on what they lead, we can kind of mix things around. I think the main thing I would want to watch out for is their Rotom being Choice Scarfed. That might be the case. I don't really need Legion to win the whole thing. I did a lot of damage. Okay. There was citrus, not choice. Okay. Disquake? Oh, just people. Yeah, I'm gonna get KO'd here. But their Garchomp is slow. Okay. I wouldn't mind booting up early. I'm down for Rain Dance. That's why. Okay. That means that the rest of their team is going to be very easy to handle. Yep. And I'm faster than Garchomp, or Chaladon is. Okay. Trying to think what the other two Pokemon in the back will be. Pelipper is fine. It's mainly Cerulege is the one I'm most worried about. But I feel like the rest is not a problem. I'm going to go ahead and Protect for now. And I'm going to go ahead and Nightshade into their Rotom. The main thing here, yeah, I just want to make sure that we don't run into a weird Ceruledge endgame. I mean, Archaludon versus Ceruledge, Archaludon definitely could get some, like, with the +1, I do feel like I'll be okay. I'm also going to stop the more, like, stronger onslaughts thanks to Rain with Sableye, but it really is just depending on... Okay, cool, they aren't protecting. That's fine, yeah, -2, it's going to tickle. I think outside of a crit, that's the only thing that I have to watch out for. Yeah, that's fine. Here Yeah, I feel like Meganium can easily clear Garchomp, so I'm not too concerned about dealing with Garchomp, especially at +2 defense plus your burn. I want to see who your next Pokemon is, because if it's like Pelipper, I definitely want to like Electroshock it immediately. Or if it's Tyranitar, then immediately reset up the Rain. Go after... Yeah, in that case, I'm just gonna Electroshock, and then... That's fine. No! You gotta be kidding me. Come on, not the crit. But that means that if you went for Earthquake, then you hurt your opponent. Which I'll happily... Okay. Interesting that Politoed outsped. Yeah, I'm just worried that it's like Ceruledge or something, because that would be the biggest problem. Meganium is fine against Garchomp, but yeah. I comfortably take Weather Ball. I'm not worried about it. Okay, this Politoed is hitting a little bit too strong for my liking. I have a chance to crit as well. Please not Ceruledge. Or Politoed. Kidding me. I can't believe Weather Ball was strong enough to KO me at that range. Like, what is Politoed eating for breakfast? Oh, great. Oh, lovely. I outspeed Ceruledge. That's okay. Good game, good game. Some of those crits were not fun. I can't believe our challenge. Yeah, that was something I was kind of ticked off about. And then also, I would argue my assumption that I assumed that they would Choice Scarf Rotom definitely threw me for a loop. Because if I just immediately flip turned, it would have been enough for a KO, and we would have been fine. We wasted so much time at the front line that we didn't have enough forces in the back. And then that would have been easy. Our Basculegion could have easily knocked out Ceruledge. Politoed would have been nothing. Yeah, that just screwed us over. Alright, so we have a pretty interesting battle here with Scizor, though. I think with Scizor, it is a lot harder to bring in Meganium, but I do think like Archaludon can do pretty well. Sableye definitely does well against it. I could probably lean on Basculegion. I could use Sneasler, but I also don't mind Pelipper either. I don't mind like a Pelipper Sableye lead, because they only fake out as like Incineroar, right? So we could like protect turn 1, Rain Dance. Alright, you know what? I'll lean in Sableye Basculegion with Pelipper and Archaludon on the back. I am... I know they're going to win in Scizor, but... I feel like I have enough tools to defeat everything else. Yeah. They're going to lean heavily on Scizor. Okay. Okay. And then if Como does the cleaning... Oh, okay. Dang it. Yeah, Meganium would have looked really good here. That's fine by me. That means we can encore the next turn. Ah. That was so unfortunate, the Will-O-Wisp. Fine by me. We survived, that's all that matters. Okay. Really? That's smart. Okay, we like to see it. And we also like to see this! Okay. That's fine. How dare you? That's so mean. This is what you get for the Will-O-Wisp though. How many turns the rain's over? Well, if you're Scizor, you're probably going to try to Bullet Punch a Vascular Legion, so in that case, I'm just going to Aqua Jet. I just need one hit. If you can get me one hit, I'd appreciate it. Okay, it's not a 3, it's not a... No! Okay, I just need one hit. Come on. Come on. Yes! Get out of here, Scizor. Ah! Dude, that battle was so... The Will-O-Wisp missing was like what really hurt us there, but... Woo! That was a close one. I felt like I really did have that one in the bag. There's nothing I would have changed. Cobra Berry also was surprising. But yeah, luckily we were able to manage through that, which is good. That just took a little bit more than I wanted it to take. Oi. Alrighty, wow, this is a pretty interesting team because they have pretty much everyone but Incineroar and Mega. Lion Intimidate, Aerodactyl is my biggest, like, I don't want to deal with it, but if they lead an Intimidate user plus Aerodactyl, I think we're going to be in a really good spot. Which is quite possible. I do like Sableye for sure. I don't know what the final one would be. Against Dragonite, I do like Archaludon a little bit better. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Archaludon instead. So I'm going to go with Sneasler, Vascular Legion, Sableye, Archaludon. I feel like Meganium has way too many things that it has to deal with. Like, pretty much everything except for Gyarados has super effective coverage. Okay. Down Protect for now. And I will flip turn into Incineroar, knowing it probably isn't going to carry Protect here. Yeah, Meganium got more popular, dude. That's the problem. That's the problem. Too many people see Meganium, and they're like, uh-oh, I'm going to try to stop it now, which is not fun. Oh, no. Fake out. But yeah, it's the worst, man. It has made me upset too. I feel like yeah, I mean, again, you just have to be kind of creative in how you gotta stop the stopping of Meganium, but oi, it is not fun, let me tell you. Earthquake. That's an interesting one. Okay. I'm gonna... I feel like Dire Claws would be enough to knock out Incineroar right now. You never know. This thing is too bulky sometimes for its own good. And then we'll Willow Dragonite. Meganium definitely... Yeah, and I think one of the tough things about Meganium is that the lowest speed definitely hurts it. Oh, Aerodactyl does not bother me anymore. Because luckily, because Incineroar activated my White Herb, I outspeed Aerodactyl now, so it is fine. that focus ass. Oh, I see what they were trying to do. Their Dragonite had inner focus before Mega Evolving, hence why they were like, oh, if you fake out and then try to attack, the idea of Thunderbolt was to KO Basculegion immediately. That makes sense. And then Earthquake was like a kind of interesting tech option. Gengar comes out to play. Gengar getting the KO on Sneasel is fine. I do not mind that. Yep. Because I basically want to lock Gengar in a dumb move. Nice. Okay. That means Aerodactyl can no longer set up Tailwind, which makes it impossible. Perfect. It'll make it impossible for Gengar to get a KO against Basculegion. So I'm just going to go ahead and Encore Gengar, so I can't do anything else destructive. I do not care about Hypnosis. You're gonna waste your turn, and then I'm gonna offer into Dire Claw. Into Ice Beam. Yeah, I think that Mega Meganium's interesting because it has like a lot of hard matchups against things, but then it has great matchups against other things. So like, Meganium could also work in a dual Mega team where if you feel like, oh perfect, I'll happily Encore you into that. Yeah, so, like, I think the main thing is just, like, Meganium likes it whenever you control the weather to its advantage, really. But, Apollo, to that point, what are some of the things you feel like make it harder for Meganium? I know Sneasler is one, but Sneasler, because it's so popular, you can always find ways to work around it. But yeah, in your opinion, what do you feel like is the biggest opt to Sneasler and company? Alright, Chaladon, yeah, okay, well, I will say this, and that was actually my biggest challenge when I was dealing with King Gambit, but Weather Ball makes it so much easier, and I'm telling you, like, I welcome King Gambit now. So that's been my thing of, like, yeah, using Weather Ball to not have to worry about Sneasler, or King Gambit. Our Chaladon can be kind of tough, but yeah, now you can't do anything. And then Sableye wakes up. Willowis isn't going to really do anything here. But yeah, Weather Ball does a really great job against King Gambit, and I feel like with our Chaladon, you'll just have to, like, figure out, like, for instance, for me against opposing our Chaladon, hitting it with other specially based moves. So, like, do I make, like, it's not getting the one-hit KO on a Chaladon, but setting up the 1-2 punch to make it easy to handle, you know? But yeah, now Dragonite can't do anything. Okay. So, Yeah, that one was very interesting. I like the idea that they were trying to go for it, but it just failed in execution. Okay. But yeah, Weather Ball against King Gambit is such a and that's why like I loved Synthesis. I used it for a while, but Weather Ball really changed the game for me. I used to use like Earth Power, but I would barely miss the KO. But Weather Ball, whoo, shot it right out the roof. Let me tell you. All right, looks like we got a Sand team supported by Klefki and then Sinister. Meganium looks really great here. It's mainly the opposing Aerodactyl. I don't think that Sneasler looks good because of Aerodactyl, but what I can do is I can lead like a Blasky Legion Sableye with like our Chaludon and Meganium in the back. I think that's pretty solid, yeah. Because the main thing I'll have to watch out for is Klefki using like Thunder Wave, right? So if Klefki uses Thunder Wave, then in that case what I have to do is like, okay, how do I, yeah, basically, I need to KO Klefki, and then go from there. And, like, Sableye isn't really affected by Klefki. Yo! The immersive life. No, you're good for it. You're good, my friend. Yo, you gotta drop that in our DM. Rescue record that. Of course, Apollo got the Mega Lucario immersive art. That's like a given. You should always get that. That's your card for sure. That's awesome. Congrats, man. Yo, we gotta get some hype in the chat for Apollo. Okay, if they bring in, okay. That actually is a good way to kind of look into countering Sneasler. The Smile Stream brings good luck. Apollo has 2 of the Lucario cards that he needed. Alright, we Will-O-Wisp Aerodactyl. That's a lot bulkier than I thought it would be. Okay. Oh, that's because of Intimidate Duck. Tailwind is fine. Encore you into Dragon Dance as we attack with Solar Beam. If you Mega Evolve to escape this Encore, Solar Beam would be enough to get the KO. Yep. We'd have to have some like ice cream or something. We're fine. That's not great. I'll survive this. Okay, Meganium's done its job. Take that, Gyarados. Ooh, crit on top of that. I don't think I needed the crit personally, but the burn, the crunch damage was interesting, and the defense drop. But yeah, thanks to the burn earlier, Aerodactyl is pretty much obsolete, which is nice. Yep, that's fine by me. I'll go ahead and switch in our Chowudon, and I'm just going to go ahead and burn Excadrill. I'm telling you, Sableye has been, like, literally the golden glue of the team. It is so good. Just like, and, like, it feels like Smeargle. You can customize it to what you need from a status perspective and make it work. Whimsicott's also really good. I think they one challenge with Whimsicott. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, that's gonna tickle. Oh, it's a crit. Oh, you were smart. You went for Earthquake. Okay. Come on. That miss on burn was dumb. I think that'll be enough for a KO next turn. I'm down to protect for now, and then I'm Willow. I was talking about something, not Excadrill, but there was something else. Okay. What does Aerodactyl go for? Because if it's dual wing V, no, it's just Rock Slide. I should survive, and then I can easily set up. Yep, I'll be fine. Hey, Tailwind's over though. Yeah, now Basket Legion will have a very safe, like, I can immediately attack. Aerodactyl might be able to set up another Tailwind, but at this point, Excadrill has to win like a 1v3. And I turned off Sand. The Will-O-Wisp miss was not fun. Fine. But what is Tyranitar actually doing that's really threatening? Nothing. Yep. And with 1 HP, or it's like 1%, like 6 HP, I get my Citrus Berry back. My goodness, I am actually pretty upset that the lousy, Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and protect here, and then also use Will-O-Wisp into the Excadrill slot. Because that way, if Tyranitar tries to KO with like Earthquake or something while Excadrill protects. But the Will-O-Wisp miss earlier was definitely very frustrating. Not gonna lie. It's obvious, but you know. yeah, Sableye, unfortunately, is knocked out. It's actually kind of tricky, but I didn't want, like, not to get the KO on Excadrill and then lose to, like, a knockoff. Oh, wait. I shouldn't have done this. Well, I survived. Oh, I outspeed Tyranitar anyways. Never mind. What I should have done instead was Aqua Jet. Now we guarantee win. If you had Focus Sash, it's broken, and Wave Crash is well more than enough to knock you out. That doesn't make a difference. You have one more Tail and Tailwind, so the best course of action is Double Protect. But yeah, if I replayed that, I think the move would have been to Aqua Jet into Tyranitar, knowing that Tailwind was up. But yeah, having those stamina boosts is just great. Iron Head, sure. But yeah, that's kind of like the main thing with some of these teams. It's really just pinpointing like the different Pokemon and like using that to your advantage. Oh wow, that was almost a KO. Okay. Main thing is just like kind of like piecing together how to get the KOs that you need and then being able to do so. Rain's over, but Excadrill is so low on HP that doesn't make a difference. And then we can Aqua Jet. And the reason why we want to Aqua Jet is, and it's kind of a weird nuance, but Excadrill has Protect, right? So, well, it won't make a difference because of Dragon Pulse. But the idea here is that it has so much power points, so we can just do that. I don't think Excadrill has any priority I need to worry about, but in case it does. But yeah, there's nothing the opponent can do at this point. Sand is, like, not easy to fight against, but, like, easier for sure. But yeah, that's good enough. And really kind of like Sableye Disruption, it really is just a real good team. Because like, to be able to turn off the weather whenever you want, not having to worry about like additional megas in that regard, the burn on Aerodactyl is huge, let me tell you. And then that one turn, us being able to knock out the Gyarados, like all of it came together. Because we were able to say, hey look, if you're going to Dragon Dance still, I'm going to lock you into that. If you don't Dragon Dance and Mega Evolve to avoid that, I'm going to Solo Beam you and knock you out. So, like, we basically gave the opponent basically a lose-lose in that regard, right? It's like heads I win, tails you lose. So those are important things to keep in mind whenever you're battling. We got Frostlass, but supported by Sylveon. We got Aerodactyl, Sneasler, King Gambit, and Basculegion. I do feel like this doesn't look like a good Frostlass. This doesn't look like a good Sneasler game, but I do like the idea of Basculegion Sableye with Meganium and Sneasler and Archaludon in the back. If they lead like Frostlass Sylveon, we can immediately fire off a Wave Crash into a Rain Dance. That should be enough to knock out Sylveon. It's mainly like Frostlass King Gambit I want to watch out for, but that's not hard. I think it's just more of like, if our Charizard had Aura Sphere for sure, but It's a little bit awkward because you don't get the protection against King Gambit immediately, but we can find ways to mess around with that. Like, if we turn on the rain, then, like, Aqua Jet into it, you know, we can figure it out. I was talking about this league earlier. No protect from Sylveon. Talk about the best turn one we could have asked for. Damn it, that's fine. We can immediately bring in Meganium, and we will encore their Frostlass. If they switch out, it's not like the end of the world. They have to immediately threaten Meganium. And I don't think they have an immediate threat. They could still be switching out. That's fine. That's fine too. Okay. Because if they switch into Frostlass, they're going to eat up a Weather Ball. Right? So... King Gambit could protect. But I guess at the end of the day, what are they actually getting out of it? Okay, no protects. Weaker, I'll survive it. Knock out King Gambit. I'll get weather control the rest of the game. Okay, here I just need to... And then set up Rain Dance. That was enough for a KO. But they missed, which is huge. Alrighty. Their way to play around this is to get a freeze on our Chaludon. Because if they freeze... So I can Solar Beam, Weather Ball. Because if I Weather Ball, then I break out of the freeze. Yeah, that probably wouldn't KO'd. There you go. And that's the one thing about Frostlass. It needs the weather to survive. And, you know, whenever we set up that rain dance, it's only 70% accurate. Woo! Let's go. That was clean. I did not expect Bastion Legion's Last Respect to already KO. If that was the case, then I think the better play would have been to bring in our Chaludon. Yeah. So I could have played that a little bit more cleanly. If I brought in our Chaludon and focused down on their Bastion Legion, I would have survived at least one attack, and then Solar Beam plus, like, Electro Shot would have been more than plenty on that slot. And then from there, you could go target down there Frostlass. But that was definitely a mistake on my end. Alright, it looks like another Frostlass team, but backed up by Aerodactyl and Sneasler. I do think we can probably play something kind of similarly. I think what I would do, instead of getting the main KO on Sylveon like I did last time, excuse me, I think the way that I would do this is flip turning instead. And I think flip turn will give us a little bit more of a leeway into knocking out some of the bigger pieces of the puzzle. If it's Sneasler, that's a good question. Sneasler, well, flip turn into Frostlass also is helpful. Okay. No, well, actually, it's a better lead than I thought it would be. Okay, I'm going to Willow into Sneasler, and I guess I'll protect here. Okay. So gonna rain dance here, just so I can power up those electro shots. I'm not as worried about Sneasler now. Okay. A lot of damage. Of course it's a crit, come on. But I'm hoping the stamina boost will make it a little bit easier to deal with. Good damage overall. Oh, I had to defeat Cow. That's fine. And a nice hit in the King Gambit. And I'm gonna go ahead and Electrosat into... Alright, probably Dragon Pulse into Sneasler, right? Yeah. Plus 2, but you burn. Yeah, I survive. That's the most important part. And you lower your special defense. The bridge and the troll under the bridge, baby! Alright, Sneasler's out, and King Gambit's out. Okay. The main thing here is that I don't want... Yeah, I don't want immediately to activate Rain Dance in the sense of... I'll have them do that later. I don't mind losing our Chaladon now. Ooh, that's a good question. Kind of risky. Okay. 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 Now, I could have Will-O-Wisp Basque Legion, but I honestly just want Frostlass to be doing a dumb move the rest of the game. There you go. Okay. Not gonna ignore... That's fine. Nice thing here is I can ignore Frostlash, and I can focus down on either Basque... I can focus down on Basque Legion. Because Basque Legion can't get 2 KOs. You'll Encore for 2 more turns. So this times out perfectly. The only way this fails is that if you're Focus Ask Basque Legion, which I don't think you would be. So, yeah, that's kind of like one of the more interesting things, but kind of figuring out how to pin your opponent and then using that to your advantage. And that was the case that I needed to pin my opponent here. So, I'm actually outspeed. So, oh, yeah, they were Focus Asked. So, actually, that was helpful. Because they're Focus Asked, they might, yeah, you're stuck using Last Respect. You might get the KO, but because you're Focus Asked, I double targeted, I get the KO here. Maybe I should have looked at the speed turn order. Alright, automated. We're gonna go ahead and block you. I got enough. And then now we can just weather ball. Yeah, that's enough. And so, yeah, no, the encore stuff really helps, because if you can lock your opponent into more passive moves, you can take advantage of that. So, well done. We stopped the giddy old man. Also, if a mod is around, I'm having a hard time on my... Okay, he's already blocked. Okay, cool. Alright, cool. 5-game win streak, let's go. We're doing a great job here, y'all. I mean, I think we only lost 4 times today, which is impressive. I'll have to go back and watch the videos again. But yeah, day 1 has been really good. Oh, Vanillux. Okay, I know what Vanillux does. It basically is 1 speed point higher than Basque Legion, so the idea behind it is that it can freeze dry to get the KO on Basque Legion. It actually is kind of scary because freeze dry is super effective against Pelipper. Sneasler can kind of handle it. You can fake it out. Oh, okay. I think I got an idea. I feel like I'm gonna drop Meganium. That's, yeah, freeze dry is just interesting, but it's not impossible to play around, because what you can do is I can Aqua Jet, fake out, protect. Okay. A double protect is what I'm most worried about, but we'll see. That's fine. That's even better. Nice. I'll encore Aerodactyl. Yeah, this turned out really well. We're gonna bring out Sableye here, and all I gotta do Encore, Aerodactyl, and close combat into King Gambit. King Gambit might have Chopple, but I don't think that King Gambit would do enough to threaten back. Oh, that's even better. Basque Legion can definitely win this game. Chopple? Yeah. But you took 70% already, that's 73%, so that's a KO. Yeah. This battle was... we'll open it out. Open like a can of beans, baby. Look at that. Because Aerodactyl is doing that Mega, the rest of the Pokemon that they can bring out. Like, if they bring their own Sneasler, I don't really care. I'm going to go ahead and Will-O-Wisp it. If they can bring Vanilla, that's the one. But, again, what we did was we purposely made it to where we use close combat to outspeed. I'll just Rain Dance here. You get rid of your defense boost. You're knocked out. Aerodactyl switches out, but who cares? Because you're choice scarfed. I took away your range, so you don't. I took away your snow, so you don't have a snow boost. Sneasler is gonna get. I don't have to burn Sneasler now. I can just Will-O-Wisp into Aerodactyl. So what I'm gonna do is protect here, and then Will-O-Wisp into Aerodactyl. I have taken no damage so far, which is really funny. Well, I know for a fact I can Encore Sneasler. Forfeit. 0 damage, baby! I took no damage that battle. Well done. Well done. Okay, the Will-O-Wisp misses are kind of getting me upset. Yo, 1500. Let's go. We're on a 6-game win streak, too. That's crazy. Yeah, no, I'm kind of upset, though. The Will-O-Wisp misses have not been fun. But that's okay. It's part of the game. But Sableye, I'm telling you, it is the glue to the team. Okay, we got a Mega Floette team. We've got Charizard. Charizard tends not to like rain as much. If I'm confident I'm not dealing with Charizard, I can go with Meganium. If I am feeling like I might have to deal with Charizard, then Meganium. Meganium is good against, like, King Gambit. It's good against Garchomp for sure. But if I feel like Sableye can do its job without Meganium, then I'm okay letting it on the bench. But I'm down for, like, a Sneasler / Legion lead with Sableye and Meganium in the back. And I think the idea behind this would be to catch them using a Protect. Yeah. No, I think I'm going to go with I think I'll go with Meganium. I do think that if I have enough, like, if it's like Garchomp something else, then I definitely think Meganium is going to be better than Archaludon. It's funny enough, this team does not actively use Pelipper as much. So if you wanted to switch out Pelipper for something else, like, you could. Okay, Floette, Aerodactyl. Okay. The idea is to catch Aerodactyl using, like, dual Wing Beat. That's fine by me. I see. Yeah. If I lose, Basket Legion, so be it. Just good damage. Okay. And the idea behind this is to get Sneasler to get +2, so Tailwind does not make a difference. I'm going to Encore Aerodactyl, and I'm going to close combat into Gambit. Your Shuffle, which you understand. Thank you. Good damage, so that means that Floette's going to be a little bit easier to KO with Dire Claw. We just need to time the Tailwind turn appropriately. So if we bring in Aerodactyl now, obviously Aerodactyl is going to feel confident using Dual Wing Beat, so if we burn it, then it can't use Dual Wing Beat. That is so interesting. Would that mean they're not going to Mega Evolve Floette this game? Apparently not. Okay. That's interesting. I feel like that's going to make the game easier. Okay. Yeah, this feels like it blows the game wide open. Good damage. I get KO'd. It's gonna be an interesting turn because, like, yeah, I burned Aerodactyl. Aero uses Rock Slide, Meganium misses, which is huge. But I KO Charizard here with Weather Ball. Meganium's at full health. Aerodactyl slowly loses health thanks to burn. And Floette has taken some considerable damage too. It's like 21 to 14%. I should have done the math on that one real quick to see how much damage Aerodactyl would have had. We have seen Tailwind for sure. We've seen Dual Wing Beat. We've seen Rock Slide. We've seen Protect. So we know Aerodactyl's being set. The burn will help survive the Dual Wing Beat. And the fact that we took no damage will make it a little bit easier. Because Floette's not going to have enough firepower. So this Rock Slide. Tickled. The flinch is... Ooh, Lightning Rune is gonna hurt though. Okay! Rude! Okay, we didn't flinch. We win. Woo! That would have been scary. That flinch would have been devastating. That was definitely a weird game to play against. Yeah, interesting to see them opt not to use Mega Floette, but we'll take it. 7-game win streak, let's go. I think it's my highest win streak so far. Oh my gosh, that was so scary. Alright, let's see what we're up against. Okay, oh, they have their own gremlin! Oh my gosh, look, it's their gremlin. But instead, they don't have Sneasler, and they don't have Meganium. They went with the Floette and, Sinistra. So, kind of interesting. They split. Basically, they split Meganium in 2 different ways. Okay. Draining Rain immediately doesn't seem helpful. I do kind of like Sneasler, but I do need to be mindful of their own Sableye trying to burn stuff. Okay. I think I see the path towards victory. I'm going to lead Sneasler Meganium with Sableye and Basculegion. The idea behind this is to call out, if they have Sableye, that they're going to try to Will-O-Wisp. And if that's the case, then I'm going to try to attack Sableye with, like, Dazzling Gleam to kind of do enough damage, and then switch out to my own Sableye as I Dazzling Gleam again. I do need to be mindful that they're, if they lead Archaludon with this, it's going to be a little bit tricky, just Archaludon would have, like, a super effective, like, Flash Cannon, but what I could do as well is decide, hey, you know what, I don't need Stab on my Dazzling Gleam, I just need damage, and I could use just vanilla Dazzling Gleam. So that could be another way we can play around this. Okay. So in this case, I'm comfortable with protecting Sneasler. Immediately Dazzling Gleam. Okay. That's fine, because now I'm going to get chip damage on our Archaludon. I wonder if it screens Sableye. Alright, it is screen Sableye. Okay. Cool. It'll hurt, but not enough for a KO. Oh, I like Rain Dance. And it's Aaron's, I do remember this Sableye team, and this is specifically Aaron Cybertron Zane's Sableye team. Okay. Encore their Archaludon, and I'm going to immediately fire off a Dazzling Gleam here. It's gonna be tough because I feel like Floret it has offensive pressure immediately. See, the idea behind this is like, let's say our Chaludon decided to attack Meganium. Okay, Meganium survives, but I don't think we can survive the Electro Shot too, unfortunately. It was a good try. I've never actually faced this team before, so this is actually kind of a good team. Jeez, okay. Yeah, I don't think I have anything that can do this. Last turn a light screen, but that doesn't make a difference. The fact that our Challenger's at +3 is going to be really tough. I can hope for a crit. Yeah. Alright, we need close combat to crit here. Nope, not even close. Doesn't matter, because we already have plus, like, some insane number, and you're just gonna Electroshock Basket Legion. Man. Bummed that we lost our 7-game win streak here. Yeah, there's nothing we can do here. Well done. It's a good team. And again, it does what it does a good job protecting Floette and making Archaludon like this very tanky thing to deal with. Losing screens would mean that I could bypass, like, I like the idea of Encore. You could do double screens to Encore and Nightshade, but I do like the idea of burning. Alright, so this one is Floette with Charizard. I'm trying to think. They don't have an immediate, like, fake out, which is nice. I'm kind of worried about, like, a Charizard lead. So I'm down to, like, Sableye, Basket Legion with, like, Meganium. Actually, I'll bring in Sneasler at the beginning, because I can protect in front of, like, Aerodactyl, right? Or I could fake out... Yeah, I can protect in front of Aerodactyl, expecting Aerodactyl to also protect, while I go to flip turn on, Floette. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna call it out. You're gonna double protect here. Okay, that's one protect down. Oh yeah, also too, you didn't Mega, so... Perfect. Okay. Yeah, this will, yeah, I'll be able to lock in Aerodactyl, which allows me to fire off these Dire Claws. There isn't much that can switch into Dire Claw anyways. Like, you'd have to have in King Gambit, but whatever. Aerodactyl switches out. King Gambit. Whoa! The immediate one-turn KO. Okay. Well, that's a big part of the puzzle solved. We doesn't win Will-O-Wisp Aerodactyl, and I'm just going to protect Sneasler, because there's nothing that's going to stop me from doing this. Oh my god, that was hilarious. I did not expect that. That's hilarious. I just, like, ripped through Floette, man. Cool, we can encore Aerodactyl into Tailwind. Okay. Now that means I get to eat my citrus berry. Alright, eat your choppleberry. Berry. Unburden activate, so I get to have my white herb back. I do get KO'd. Thank you for the banning him, Apollo. I thought I banned him earlier, but I guess it didn't work. I appreciate you taking care of that. Okay, Sneezer's gonna protect here. I'll get the KO on Gambit protect as well. Fun. Okay. I appreciate you. Alright, we luckily protect ourselves. Okay. Last turn of Tailwind. Okay. Okay, this will work. What I'm trying to do here is make sure Bastion Legion doesn't get 2-hit KO'd. Meganium can take a... I for some reason thought our Tower Down was in the back. Fine by me. Alright, this is interesting because Tailwind's over. Oh wait, it doesn't matter. Aerodactyl is slower than Choice Scarf Bastion Legion anyways. Actually, no, you know what? We should Dazzle and Aqua Jet because it's possible that Aerodactyl decides to, Garchomp decides to protect this turn. And this means King Gambit can't win. It's a good white card. I like the idea. Okay, Aerodactyl's knocked out thanks to Burn. If I knew that, then Last Respect should have been nicer. Okay, King Gambit doesn't have... I want to see if Garchomp has some crazy coverage. Garchomp could also act Earthquake. Okay, Sucker. Into... Stomping Tantrum. The Protect might not be good. Okay. I think I can survive both. Okay, okay. We should be okay. Yeah, we're fine. Woo! That was baby stuff. Get out of here. Meganium! Yeah, they gave me the floor for free. The white guard definitely was kind of cool. I think that did help them stay in the game. Because if I did Solar Beam, then it would have been definitely game over, but that has some variance to it. Alright, I think I'm gonna do one more, and then I might need to grab some water. You gotta stay a little hydrated, you know what I'm saying? Alright, let's see what we got. Alright, we got... Oh, they have their own Sableye. Meowscarada is interesting. They definitely are very anti-Vascular Legion here. I don't think I need Vascular Legion to win. It's mainly Meowscarada I want to deal with, you know? I don't really like my own Meganium. It's mainly Venusaur I'm the most worried about. Because it's probably Mega Venusaur. Alright, I think I see it. I'm gonna do, like, Sableye Pelipper, or Sableye Sneasler with Archaludon and Pelipper. Or I could go with... I might do that. Also, with Riku's remix of, whatchamacallit, Riku's remix of, Guzma, they honestly need to have a new Guzma. Okay, Sableye and Archaludon. I think I can get away with my own Archaludon coming in, and immediately Weather Balling into their Archaludon. It could be Screen Sableye, too. I just want to be mindful not to deal with it. Yeah, okay. Okay. It's fine. It's like, Celebra's gonna use Will-O-Wisp, because I used Will-O-Wisp to deter Sneasler. I was planning on using Weather Ball anyways. Okay, and then if Dragon Pulse gets the KO, then we're fine. And if I outspeed. Yep. Ah! No! Thought I could get it further. Okay. Ah, missing it by 2% by that land break really does hurt. It's fine. And actually, the Electro Shot's nice, because that means I get a little bit of a little bit more extra oomph. If you encore me, that's fine, because I'll be at +2. I'll switch to my own Sableye. And eventually we'll need to go after Sableye. It took a lot of work to get there. I'm glad that, I don't know if I like trading Sneasler for our Chaluda, but I am glad that we've defeated, Okay, we will Dragon Pulse into their Sableye, and we are going to Will-O-Wisp into their Venusaur. If we get something like, they're definitely going to be the Mega Venusaur. Losing, Pelipper stinks because I want to tell specifically with the Venusaur. It's more for chip damage, it doesn't really do anything. That's not fun. Yeah, disable Encore Will-O-Wisp. This one's gonna be tough. Yeah, losing Pelipper early. Venusaur Rain is definitely a tough one to deal with too, because Venusaur is so tanky. I just like Meganium's damage output better. Fine on me. That's helpful to see. Okay. Nice. Okay. Oh, that's gonna make it a lot easier to deal with. Yeah, Giga Drain doesn't do anything. Okay, thank goodness. Because that's just going to make it a lot easier to deal with Venusaur in the long run. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's way more than enough. I could have protected. Yeah, it would have been protect into... Um... You know what, maybe Basculegion goes to sleep. Something happens. I don't know. We'll play it out. Ah, man, I think that the idea would have been protect into... Yeah, you lost your specs. This is probably a KO. Yeah, okay. I think that... that was a tough one. I do think that protect into Rain Dance would have been the move. But yeah, Rain Mega Venusaur is really tough just because it does a good job of like Meganium can't touch Venusaur in Rain because what happens is you get the fire boost, but Thick Fat plus Rain makes fire damage not that great. So, and you can't hit with ice. So really, you're kind of stuck with hitting with flying, and they figured it out, and they knocked out Pelipper easily. And it's like, well, there you go. So it is definitely a tougher one. Alright, so we do have another type of Rain, but this one's going to be leaning towards more of Mega Skullvillain, which, funny enough, I do appreciate fighting Mega Skullvillain more. Aerodactyl is going to be the main threat here. I do like our Chaludon. I do like Meganium. I wouldn't mind leading Meganium or Chaludon. Oh, actually, I would lead Basculegion or Chaludon with Meganium Sableye in the back. And I think the reason being is that I don't mind our Chaludon getting burnt. But if I can do some good damage on, like, their Skullvillain or, you know, their Aerodactyl, that'd be great. I could also do something interesting where I technically, on purpose, don't, like, use Electro Shot, so I don't immediately hit Skullvillain. So that could also be a possibility, but yeah, this one is definitely... Aerodactyl is definitely a Pokemon you need to prep for. I think it's mainly because of dual wing beat. But if you find a way to beat it, then it's not too bad. It's just like you kind of have to... It's like with anything. You got to pay the pieces to the puzzle. Alright, let's see what you got for us. Okay, Legion and Skullvillain immediately. No, this didn't do much damage at all. Found it. Okay, cool. Now if we on-course go villain, it's either going to do something like Leech Seed or Rage Powder, which both of those do not bother Meganium. And so once we get it to a point where Meganium's gotten the KOs it needs, then we can go and win from there. Okay. We'll have to see how much damage this does. I knew how to outspeed Skill Villain, but I don't know what that. It's decent damage. That's 4 times resistant. It didn't get a stamina boost. It's a frailer best Archaludon. Okay. I'd imagine Pelipper would be the one that would be focused. I would imagine Basiligion would be the one that's focused asked in this case. So we could probably get a free. Yeah, we get a free Electrocide here. As Sableye can Willow into the Archaludon slot, expecting it to switch out. Yeah, you're faster. I think you are choice. I'm gonna Dragon Pulse here. I'm gonna Dragon Pulse Archaludon. I'm gonna switch out to Meganium. This is a tough one. I feel like the... Okay. Fine. Brain's still up, active. That works, kind of? Question mark? It's gonna be a tough one, because, it's mainly Pelipper's Hurricane threatens us. Alright, so I'm hopeful that, like, I won't outspeed, but I would need to, yeah, you're gonna last inspection to me. That's well more than enough for a KO. And then you're gonna Hurricane here, right? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Dang. Then if I targeted, yeah, it doesn't matter. If I targeted Pelipper, I didn't realize it was slower. That would have been it. Because then you would have gotten the KO there, and then you would ask yourself, could I survive one last respect? So it's a tall order to ask. I don't think you would have anyways, but yeah, dang, that was a tough one. That was a tough one. Oh, jeez, that was mean. Did you see how far we dropped? Ugh, that was a tough one. Usually I was better against Go Villain, but I feel like they had so much other support around it that it made it harder. Alright, so we have Meganium. Yeah, I think Alina, my own Pelipper, could have been it. But yeah, Choice Scarf, Archaludon is definitely a tough one. Alright, we have Meganium, Sneasler, King Gambit, Farigiraf, Garchomp, and Aerodactyl. So it does look like they have anti-priority, knocking out their, they don't have weather immediately, but knocking out their Farigiraf early is going to be huge. So we need to be mindful of how we can do that. So I think I could lead with like Pelipper or Archaludon with like Meganium. No, not Archaludon. It should be Bascu Legion with Meganium and I think Sableye at the end. Because if I can knock out their Farigiraf early, then it opens the door for Sableye to disrupt things. Okay. kind of a cool way to protect their own, against Sneasler. Alright. Cool. Nice. Go ahead and go with Hurricane, and I will Mega Evolve and Dazzle. That's fine. And Rain has 2 more turns? Perfect. Hurricane into... Okay. That'll be nice. Air Dash is gone, and I'll also knock out the Meganium right here. We know we outspeed, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay, we can burn Sneasler. Burning Garchomp will be more important though. You gotta be kidding me. Ah, the Will-O-Wisp misses. Come on now. I usually hit them, but they're like, nah, you're online now. Alright, we got the double protect, which is helpful. I swear, if you're Lumberry, I'm gonna scream. Okay, I'll take that. That's fine. Alright, we'll encore Sneasler. Alright, this should do it. So the idea behind this play is I think that Last Respect should be more than enough to knock out Garchomp. If Garchomp decides to protect, it doesn't matter. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Stop with these avoids. It's basically to make sure that Focus Sash doesn't mess up. Alright. There we go. Sorry. Yeah, I was definitely locked in as far as like trying to figure out how to kind of position this. But yeah, now we're going to Last Respect into Sneasler, and we're going to make sure we encore again to make sure Sneasler can't do any Dire Claw shenanigans. Basically trying to play around Focus Sash Sneasler. But if we... yeah, if we lock in with Protect, it doesn't matter. Okay. That means next turn we can Will-O-Wisp into... or we can Nightshade. Yeah, 100% accurate. We don't need to do anything fancy. They just forfeit. Okay. Ah, that was way too far. Oh, there was so many Will-O-Wisp misses. They need to stop. Okay, like I said, I think I gotta get something. I think that's what the game's telling me. You gotta hydrate to make sure that you're good. So I'll be right back, y'all. Alright, y'all, we are back. I think we only have like a couple more. We got 5 more battles until they'll kick us out. So I say we do it, we finish the battles, and we'll go from there. And crazy to think, I've been streaming for 4 hours. I haven't even. Time is like a construct when you're playing Pokemon. It's crazy. Alright, ooh. An interesting team. Scizor backed up with the range stuff. Scizor is definitely tough for Meganium, but if you get rid of Scizor early, I think it's good. If we had Farigiraf, it would be a different story, but yeah, I think our Charizard will be very helpful against that. Wow, they locked in fast. I'm down for like an Charizard Bastion Legion lead with Pelipper and Sableye in the back. I think Pelipper will be helpful. Meganium looks great on paper, but there's too many. I think it's Garchomp that it looks great against, but everything else is a lot harder to use. So I'm down for like basically whittling down the opponent to make it a little bit easier to deal with. Alright, so let's see what we're up against. Okay. Alright. The only thing I'm kind of worried about is like a focus, an immediate like Choice Scarf, Archaludon. I don't mind going for Dragon Pulse immediately and then flip turning into Scizor. That's fine by me. Then you are probably Choice. Sorry. If you are doing this. Oh, maybe you're not. Okay. Pelipper have Focus Sash. And I'm passive. Definitely bulky. I'm gonna Tailwind and Electric Shot into their Pelipper. Cool. That way, the idea behind this play is that if they Tailwind, we'll match. And that doesn't happen. Okay. Okay. Protecting Pelipper for Bullet Punch. Yep. Ah! You gotta be kidding me! That's fine. I mean, at this juncture, it's fine. As long as I get the KO on the Archaludon, which I should! Okay. Perfect. Okay. Oh yeah, Mega Scissor is also pretty good against Graphic Bug Bite. Okay. Claw's fine. Oh geez, that was a lot of damage. Okay! Out of here with that crit. Jeez, man! How to get a crit? Okay. K1's fine, it petered out. I'm gonna go for lost suspects in the Scizor again. Let's survive both. Bullet Punch. Yeah, I should survive one Dragon Claw, I think, at this range. I should have gone after Garchomp. Gosh! I was not locked in, y'all. That was terrible on my end. I think I definitely could have played that one better. Going after Garchomp would have been the answer. I had a feeling that Scizor would protect. And you also have to look at, like, Bug Bite and Bullet Punch aren't going to do that much damage. The crit, I think I got tilted by the crit. I could have just immediately have gone after Garchomp, would have been done, and then Scizor could not have won. Alright, we have Sylveon with Aerodactyl, Sneasler, King Gambit, Bascu Legion, and Archaludon. I think immediately knocking out Sylveon like we did in that previous game is going to be huge. And so I think what we can do there is like bring in Sableye with Bascu Legion, Archaludon, and Meganium in the back. Yeah. You know what we could have done is Sneasler with Bascu Legion to force him into protecting to avoid the fake out and then immediately Wave Crash with Pelipper switching in. That could have been another way to do it too. But this is why we do that lead. Okay, so this is supposed to KO Sylveon immediately, while setting up the Rain. Then from there we can switch out Bascu Legion or Archaludon, burn Sneasler, Encore it, and then Sneasler is basically going to be dead weight. That's one of the reasons why Ghost type is so good. Fake Out is such a good move. And to be able to deny it relatively easily, that's fine. Who are you bringing in? King Gambit? Okay. Decent damage, all things considered. Well, that's not very fun. The Dire Claw sleep. It's okay, guys. We're gonna focus. We're gonna make sure with it. Okay, took that like a champ. Okay, we are faster. Good to confirm. Good damage. Faster, which makes sense. Stabilize. Almost knocked out, but not knocked out completely, which is kind of nice for us. Okay, now Stabilize knocked out, which is fine. Yeah, sorry I've been talking much. Oh man, the last two battles have been rough. The one with Scizor, I should have won if I did not play that properly. So that's on me. That 100% on me. I should have figured, hey, look, the Protect Scizor, go after Garchomp, you get the KO, then Scizor nothing. I gave that win to my opponent, so. Yeah, and the fairy types are tough because, like, yes, one part of them was Sableye. Like, I use Citrus Berry, but, like, Roselli Berry also helps kind of, like, oh, the big, like, fairy type attack. You can take one, and then make our Charizard harder to take down. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, this is going to be a pretty boosted attack, but I wonder... It depends on who he goes after. Yeah. I'll get knocked out, but I guess the question is, do I have enough in the tank to knock out Charlodon with Weather Ball? Nah, not enough. With Legion of Sleep too, that's tough. Because they can just put in Sneasler. They have no, like... Okay. Oh, yeah, it's game over. You might be encored, but I'd have to get... Yeah, it's definitely win it. Because I haven't even taken a full turn of sleep yet, so... Yeah, that was a tough one. Sneezer's Dire Claws did not do Sleep, even though Sleep got nerfed, but Sleep is still good. Oh, no. I'm bummed. But that's okay. We got more wins than losses, which is the most important part. But dang, man, we were so close. There was a... Yeah, we were cooking. We were cooking. Alright, let's see what we got, though. We got a couple more battles. We can do this. Okay, back to Sun. I do think that if we deal with Sneasler relatively early, Meganium looks good against Garchomp and Basque Legion for sure. I'm down for my own Sneasler with Basque Legion, Sableye, Meganium. It's kind of a common core that I go into. The reason I'm not feeling Charlodon as much is mainly the weaker special defense, but I do think I can mess around with Sableye to get the KOs that I need, right? So, let's see what we can do here. Okay. Most likely Aerodactyl is going to try to protect. Sneasler will fake out our Sneasler. Or if Aerodactyl sets up Tailwind, then I'll be able to capitalize on that too. Okay. They probably are going to set up Tailwind here. Yep. Nice. Okay. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Apollo. Thank you. Thank you. And honestly, you're right. This run has been, like, insane. And I feel like there are definitely a lot of things of, like, I predicted this turn perfectly. I knew exactly what to expect. I feel very confident in, like, how I'm playing to really make a difference here. So, like, yeah, we can just Encore Aerodactyl. And so, like, I mean, this team definitely feels a lot, like, very nice. Okay, great. That's even better. Caesar's gonna go into close combat. Good damage. Honestly, I probably could just target another close combat into their Garchomp. Because I got to 47%, right? Willow into Aerodactyl. That's fine. If you bring in Sneasler, I burnt it. Okay. I'll Encore Garchomp and protect. Okay, so they have Aerodactyl. They probably have like Charizard if they're last. So what I can do here is I feel very confident just close combating their... Or I could probably Dire Claw their Sneasler and go for it Encore into their Garchomp. Because essentially the idea here is that I want them to keep on playing on the back pedal. Like, Garchomp is definitely tempted to switch out into Aerodactyl. And then Aerodactyl will be like, oh, I want to attack Sneasler. And in that case, I'm just going to protect Sneasler and then Will-O-Wisp it. And then I still have Unburden activated. So that's not a problem at all. So they might be taking their time, but I think that, again, they're playing a lot on the back foot, which is great. So what? Fake Out comes out. I'm gonna Encore you. Right? So, like, I could have protected, but it would be better just to keep it going. Okay, now Garchomp is locked in. I flinch, I couldn't move. Their tier 1's over, so I get a free, like... I can just fire close combats on their side. Like, it's free. Or Dire Claw, even. Right? Well... The problem with Dire Claw is that if they bring in Aerodactyl, I don't want them to, what I don't want to happen is that Aerodactyl comes in for free and accidentally gets something like Poison. I would like to burn it. So I think here, really, the big thing is going to be, like, yeah, using Sneasler speed, and I think I can easily, like, still Dire Claw into the... I'll close combat in that spot. So I'm going to close combat into the Sneasler spot, and I'm going to Will-O-Wisp into Garchomp. Their best bet would have to do a double switch right now. But depending, I don't think that, yeah, because Aerodactyl is going to take way too much damage from my close combat. If they switch into Charizard for that spot, then it would take still decent damage, and I burn Aerodactyl on the other spot. They could also keep Garchomp in and then switch in Charizard, but then I have Rain Dance to help kind of mitigate that. But yeah, again, it was, I think like locking in Aerodactyl pretty early on was just great, and that protect early, because I figured they were like, oh, if I fake out and then set up Tailwind or attack Sneasler, I'll be in a good spot, but I was able to punish that really well. They just... So they decided to be like, you know what, I'm just gonna try to burn up as much time as possible. They were salty. Wick was salty, unlike John Wick. Alright. 2 more battles, y'all. 2 more battles, yeah. And again, it's just... they didn't have really a solid answer against Sableye. The Garchomp Charizard, like, that core is very common. I've seen that a lot. Alright. Oh, so we have a pretty interesting take on Blastoise. It's kind of tough because you don't guarantee that you're going to get the KO that you want immediately into Furgraph. Yeah, I think so. He was aiming for that, but that's such a dumb... It's so silly. I feel like we can go with Basculegion, Meganium. Yeah, Pelipper and Sableye. It's kind of a weird way to play this. Oh, I could bring in Archaludon as well. I'm down for that. Because that way, if I'm like, oh, I can't get the KO on Blastoise, like, I obviously have to deal with Fake Out. Like, that's just the reality of it. But I don't want Dark... Yeah, I didn't want to bring in Sableye because then they're tempted to fire off Dark Pulse. You know what I'm saying? So I want them to click. So I want them to feel like they have to click Fake Out. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and Flip Turn into Frig. And I'm also going to Solar Beam into Frig as well. Because their blaster is probably going to be min speed. They're going to probably fake out my Meganium, but I want to call out in case they don't and decide, hey, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and Dark Pulse immediately. Okay, so they decide not to, which is fine. That's fine. And you set up Trick Room. Okay. Alright, so here, Blastoise is probably going to try to Mega Evolve. We're going to have to eat up... I don't think we're going to heat up... Oh, we could eat up Flash Cannon, which would be interesting. Or Aura Sphere. I'm going to go ahead and Protect for now, and I'm going to Solar Beam into Blastoise. This is definitely a tougher matchup. The Blastoise Furgraph is interesting, because Furgraph then likes to set up, like, Rain Dance, and then Blastoise will go ahead and use, like, Water Spout, but I think if we can hit Blastoise decently well, it'll be fine. Blastoise also tends not to run Protect. Okay, so I'm going to Protect here, just to, in case it is the Aura Sphere stuff. Frig uses Low Kick. Makes sense? Cool. And it was Aura Sphere. Alright, so it was the double up. So this is going to do a lot of damage to Blastoise. We'll probably even get the KO here, to be honest. Nice! Alright. Could not have asked for a better 2 turns right there. Low kick on, if it is King Gambit, though. Okay. We do need to be mindful of that. King Gambit's probably going to come in and use, I can try to hit a... I'm going to try to knock out Farig. I'm going to use Flash Kick. I'll use Dragon Balls for now, that's fine. And then I will switch out to Sableye on this spot. We basically need to outlast Trick Room for Furgraph to get the KO on King Gambit. Yep. Okay, Low Kick is not going to do much. It's interesting tech, but it really doesn't add up too much. Fire off the Dragon Pulse is so much as it does. Not... Stitch is very eaten. Two more turns to Trick Room. So I'm going to Electro Shot here, and I'm going to go ahead and set up Rain Dance. If Sableye gets knocked out, so be it. I'm okay with that, honestly. I basically just want to make sure they can't set up another Trick Room. Yeah, I'll survive one, which is totally fine. I'll take another Low Kick, sure. Ah, not enough, but that's okay. I'm worried that they'll switch in Tyranitar. I mean, I have so much, like, plus defense, it's fine. Get a little chip damage. They were expecting a switch. I wasn't going to give it to them. Nice. Okay. Cool. They've already megaed, so I don't need to worry about that. I've knocked out, so they can't use Trick Room anymore, which is great. It's Legion for last. Okay. We'll burn Legion. And Electro Shot into it. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I wasn't gonna do that with Stabilize. I survive. Yeah, it's game over. They can't do anything. King Gambit can't win a 1v4. Like Meganium alone with Weather Ball is enough. Even if you're focus asked, then you would have been knocked out with the burn. Burn made sure the last respects with all those defense boosts were really solid. And yeah, I definitely see what they were playing at, of like, hey, I need to get rid of our Chaludon as quickly as possible. And we were just like, you know what, we're not gonna let you do that. Yep. Nice, that was a good battle. But yeah, that was kind of like, I was like, okay, I feel like they got something for this. And so there was, the idea was like, and the low kick was interesting. Because it wasn't really like that strong, but the idea behind it is, if I low kick first, you eat your Chople Berry, and then I'm going to immediately Aura Sphere, and I'll get the KO. And so making sure that they couldn't do that, and immediately going for that Solar Beam into Blastoise, win. Hey, what's going on? Yo, Emmett! Great to have you here too, my friend. Thank you. We got 2 more battles here, and right now we're fighting Sand with Rotom Wash. I also can recognize that Whimsicott can set up Tailwind. I do like the idea of Sableye for sure. I don't know if I want to lead it or not. I'm down for a Sneasler Bascu Legion lead, which slays Sableye and Meganium in the back. Usually for these types of teams, what you kind of want to do is bait out Incineroar early, fake out into the Rotom, and then immediately, like... Yeah, so that's the nice thing here, too, is that it's basically to make sure that we can figure out, is Rotom... Okay, so we want to fake out into Rotom, and then we'll want to flip turn into Whimsicott. Fine by me. Double Protect is fine, too. Because what this means is that they are not Choice Scarf. And then I'll bring in Meganium. Because what's going to happen is Whimsicott's going to set up Tailwind. Rotom will outspeed a little bit, but then Sneasler can outspeed fine by me. Oh, that's even worse for you. Ah, okay, that's why. The end of the world. Okay. This guy's playing smart. We can bring in Sableye. You know what? I'm gonna double switch. Expecting Tyranitar to come into play. That's fine. Okay, I can take the Rock Slide. Now if Whimsicott wants to attack, it can't. Fun. Okay. If it's Mega Tyranitar, then they outspeed. Yep. That was me not catching the encore. Oh! Nice! And that's a huge turn for us. We'll bring in Meganium. Okay. That's fine. I'm gonna call out that, yep. Wow, that was a tough one, because I felt like we were really far behind, but the fact that we outsped Tyranitar in Tailwind was huge. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna hurt that we're gonna lose Sneasler this way, but it's so important that we get the KO, like, on Rotom. Yep. Okay. Dang, they got the KO. I was anticipating they would. Well done. You survive comfortably. Okay, this is going to be a tough one. So, Whimsicott is probably tempted to either A, Encore like Meganium, B, Encore Sableye. If Tyranitar protects, then this is a good, like, turn to attack Whimsicott. Because Whimsicott's probably going to want to set up Tailwind. Okay. Oh, that's a huge miss on Meganium. And we survive. That's clutch. Okay. There isn't really anything Sableye can do against Tyranitar. I just can't flinch. Alright, y'all. Please no flinch. No! Okay, hang on. 2 turns to Tailwind. The game plan is to get a double protect here. Oh, man. Makes sense because you don't want to miss. Can we get the double protect? Meganium, I believe. It's okay if you don't. Aww. Yeah, they did a good job switching around. We lost, but you still got flinch, y'all. Ah! That's okay. Good game, good game. That's tough. I feel like we had the pieces to win. It was just like harder execution, and yeah, I feel like obviously I don't feel bad on the choices. Our Chaladon definitely could have. All right, dang, that means we lost. Our last game was a loss. But hey, it's okay. It was a little bit of RNG there, 10%. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any way I could have prevented it, and honestly, no. I did like the idea of knocking out Whimsicott early. I guess maybe that would have been it. Because if we were certain, if we survived the Tyranitar attack, Wing danced into attacking Tyranitar, then Whimsicott couldn't 1v1 Meganium. I was just so worried about Encore, because that was the thing. To be fair, that was a tough one, because that's so easy to say, like, I'm going to Encore your Meganium. You're stuck using Weather Ball, which is not very effective. And Tyranitar could have... I think Tyranitar could have pulled out a win that way, too. But 23%, you know. Alright, that's okay, y'all. We did a really great job, though. I think we had more... Well, definitely more wins than losses. I wish that we could see how many wins total. So we got the Global Challenge. Yeah, no, all that good stuff. But, yeah, I need to look that up. But you'll do that after the stream to see the exact record for that. Alright, well, with that, y'all, because it is 4 hours of stream, I know, 5 hours of stream, I didn't even realize the time, man. Time flies when you're playing Pokemon. I just want to say thank you guys so much for tuning in. Had an absolute blast. Thank you guys so much. Huge shout out to Apollo. Thank you so much for tuning in. Emmett, I hope you're doing well, behaving yourself, having a good Saturday. Don't cause too much trouble. A little bit is okay. And huge shout out to Surya for the shirt that I have right now. He got it for my birthday. It's Super Mario Brothers, like a button up. So I was like, you know what? I'll have a lazy Saturday. Thank you so much, Apollo. Love you too, my friend. Also, if you want to hop in on the Global Challenge, let me know. I'm more than happy to watch you too. Whether if you want to stream it or just want to play with friends on Discord. Like, I'm down for either. But without further ado, y'all, we hit the number of battles we could have today. I'm going to check to see how many we won. Man, I wish that we could have won that last one. I'm a little bit bummed that it was a rock slide flinch. But you know what? Oh, no, wait. I think you can still sign up. Even if you're in the middle. Dude, I would sign up still, even if you don't worry about winning or losing, because 3 matches total, you get a free Venusaur and some quick coupons. So do that to get that Venusaur and that quick coupon. In any case, y'all, I think we're going to go ahead and cut, but let me see if I actually can recruit some Pokemon. Okay, we can. So we're going to go ahead and end the stream now. But yeah, I'll see you guys later, and hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Y'all take it easy. Peace.